Okay, there we go. Now it'll say the right street. Now it'll say the right thing. Now people will be excited. It's been so long. I'm so excited. The end is never the end. Yep.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of
Was I supposed to
every
follow
year.
those instructions?
And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
Well, I'm glad you're
no
here
one had
until
showed
you
up to
pass
give
out.
him instructions.
Hold on.
Call a meeting.
Let me just quickly, let me turn it down a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I'm basically just playing
Even
until
say
I pass out.
hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something
Also,
was very clearly
that's a
wrong.
very
Shocked,
good question.
Frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained
Please
his
let me
senses,
walk again.
he got up from his desk.
Hold on. I'm going to quit to menu, and I'm going to try what you said. Can I? I feel like there's got to be something on the menu. Dang it. Okay. Well, I guess I'll just click through the intro then. I hope I'm not a menu. This looks
All of his
exactly the
co-workers
same.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
That's different. That's different. That wasn't in the original. What did I just do? Can I do that to all of them? Yeah, I have faint memories.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Wait, hold on. First things first. I need to see if I can... Can you still do... Yes, you can! Yes, you can! Gonna break the game right off the bat!
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
I love this
He
game.
then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
I remember now
Why
how
don't
boring
we
this
take a
ending
minute
is.
just to drink it all in.
I'd like to leave.
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes. Wait. No.
Ah, then in that case, we'll continue.
Also, I just
Now,
got an
here
achievement
comes the
called
real
You Can't
question.
Jump.
What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer?
Oh, I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit more, just a smidge. There we go. Okay.
Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total?
I'd like
just
to leave
have heard
now.
all the narration. Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've.
I
come to
can't
see
get out
what
of it.
happens in
This was a
one.
bad idea.
So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option
By the way,
is really
that sound
miserable to
is
listen to, then
everything that I
perhaps
do
you're
on my keyboard.
not. In fact,
makes that.
I'm just going to say that no one who's
Well,
listening to this is lucky. Well,
he
now,
does.
I've built up the other options so much.
Hold on a
that
fucking
I'll
second.
Stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever.
That's.
Cheers.
Did it specifically? I don't remember it implying other people were watching last time. Can it tell that I have OBS open? Like, it wouldn't surprise me. Ugh, begin the game again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Whoa, hold on,
Stanley
hold on.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, I remember that ending. Yeah,
No
let me
matter how hard Stanley looked,
try turning
he
off all the
couldn't find
computers.
a trace of his co-workers.
Oh, that's right. There's a puzzle here. Oh, hi, Duchess. Duchess says hello. There's a puzzle, and I don't remember how it works exactly. I remember the computers light up, and that's all I remember. Okay, I just want to get to the new content. I swear to God, I keep seeing something move over there.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Yep, and I'm
this
immediately-
was not the correct way to the meeting room.
immediately
and
not
Stanley knew it
following.
perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Yes, truly a room worth admiring.
By the way, I
It
would like
really
to
been
add,
worth the detour after all.
this room is reused in a, oh God, what's it called? In a Gary's Mod Trouble in Terrorist Town map. This
Just to spend a
exact
few
room,
moments here in this
and
immaculate,
every single
beautifully
time that I've
constructed
played a
room,
map on that,
eager to
I
get back to
immediately
business, Stanley took
get
the first
confused,
open door
think
on
about
his left.
Stanley Parable, and then get shot. That?
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
I don't remember. I don't remember this.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
I don't want to go left. Come on, this is Stanley Parable. I know I can break this somehow. Nope.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right.
Oh, okay. I don't remember
No,
this.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
That truck's gonna hit me, ain't it? No? No, it's not? Okay, this is definitely different. Also, I had a feeling that Markiplier in Space was gonna reference...
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get
Is
back
this in
to
the...
our-
Does anyone remember? Is this in the original?
Kidding. It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Thank you, Alex,
All of
for
his
the follow.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, that wasn't the original? So where's the break? Okay, so we gotta find the break-off point. Also... Oh, dang it. Did I mess it up? Whatever. You know what? I'm actually gonna... No, I don't want to follow the instructions.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted.
What?
I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change?
What?
Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then.
I swear I
It's an
don't remember
adventure.
this.
Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Oh my god, is this the yellow... Hold on. Oh, is this the yellow line? What? I don't remember being able to fully explore. Okay, this is quickly turning into some backrooms shit. I don't like this. I'm going to be streaming a lot more now that I'm out of radio hell.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Oh, okay, I don't even have control of it. Restart. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Where's the new content?
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible.
Oh,
the
yeah,
story
this
is
is the
back
Adventure
where we
Line
just
ending.
Came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if...
Hold on. First off, I need to get this ending. There we go.
Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
The best
What if
ending.
he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever.
Also,
I will be
broken game. Chair has no collision.
Hours passed, then days. Had years gone
Crows,
by?
crows, crows,
He no longer
confirmed
had the
for
ability
hacks.
to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Can I? Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna try following the instructions.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Hold on, let's see.
Yet
if
there was
anything's-
not a single person here
Do not
either.
alter without.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I remember all that. Ooh, can I get in the broom closet? Yes, I can! Broom closet ending!
He stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
There we go. Best ending. Best ending. Broom closet ending is the best one.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet.
Fuck you,
No
buddy. This
reason
is the
to
best
stay
ending.
here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet.
I'm
He
safe
wasn't even
here.
doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
I really hope this is not where that happens.
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Hold on.
Around doing nothing?
Since nothing's gonna happen in here,
Please
I
offer
am
me some
going to search
explanation
up
here. I'm genuinely
Stanley X
confused.
narrator fanfiction, see how much there is. There's gotta be. Hold on, archiveofourown.org.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right?
Let me just quickly
If I'd
search
said
up
Stanley
the
walked past the broom
Stanley
closet, at least you would have had a
parable.
reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
There's 189 Stanley Parable fanfictions. Hold on, let me see how many are narrator X Stanley. 51.
Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
There are... Hold on, I'm gonna... You know what? Since this takes a while. Oh my
Stanley
god.
was fat and ugly
Hold
and
on.
really, really
Let me
stupid.
see if
He
any...
probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
I love this ending. Yeah, let me see how many... I'm not seeing any mature
Well,
ones
I've
yet.
come to a very definite conclusion.
Oh, I found
about what's
one!
Going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose.
I would like to state...
Anyone
there's...
who happens to be nearby, the person at this computer is dead.
I would like to state there is a surprising number of kudos on some of these. Like, there's one that hit 500. There is a Stanley X narrator. Oh, that's right. Yeah, so, hold on, let me... Filters... Ratings... There's one mature and one explicit. There are 2 smutty works, and one of them has almost 150 kudos.
Prey to any number of your countless human
The horny parable!
vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming.
You're right, give
So
it
that
time.
the
You're right,
irony
give it time.
And insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
I forget, how long does it take to get the broom closet ending? The Stanley Harry Balls? Why would you say that? I know that if you stay here long enough, I know that if... Oh, wait, hold on. Didn't you have to... Yeah, you leave.
Second player, it's good to have you on board.
And then you come back.
Unbelievable.
There we go. That's what it
Mercy of an
was.
entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
I just want to do this for the amazing joke that comes with. Because there is a fantastic joke if you go all the way with this. I'm going to do an entire Manscaped ad in this closet by myself. And then I go back. How do I continue this? I'm trying to remember. Does anyone remember from the first time? Is there anything I can do in here? Or is that everything? Also, Engineer TF2 wrench. Also, wow, that is a Half-Life 1 ass-looking model right there. Yeah, let me try just staring at the broom. This is streaming. This is real streaming. Wonder how many people I could cycle through just staring at this broom. Like, I could actually myself go to bed right now. Okay, yeah, I think I need to... Do I...
Coming to a staircase,
No!
Stanley walks
No!
upstairs
Ah!
to his boss's office.
Hold on. What are you? Hold on a second. What is that? Hold on. I need to move my mic. That... Hi, Louie. I wrote this in first period of Cool Kids. Oh, it's just... I can't zoom or enhance!
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence.
Well, this sucks.
in a
I hate
single
this.
moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeated?
I'm very excited to see if you reach the point where smut talk will become even more...
Strange.
I'm sorry, what?
He came to the conclusion...
Hold on.
the tip of his tongue.
Don't actually spoil it for me, but holy shit.
Dreaming!
If there is a Stanley X narrator romance, this is game of the century.
He finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So
Is there something down that
he
way?
imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Whoop, I'm not doing that.
He imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid?
Is this in
And
the
then perhaps
original?
the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply
That room
deceiving
repeat
himself,
itself?
believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make...
Imagine if there was a fic with Stanley X narrator X reader, though. That would be so meta. Be the change you want to see in
magical
this
stars
world.
just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back. The fresh air
It's
of
been
the
so
world
long.
outside
I
this
don't
one.
remember if this is
Let me wake
in
up,
the original.
he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons.
Wait a minute.
Please. It's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my
I
job.
saw something there.
All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Holy shit!
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am
What
real.
the fuck?
Just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Is this a new ending? I don't remember. Also,
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
this is new. This is new. This is
Mariella
definitely
woke up
new.
one day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her
maybe
walk
it's not.
was interrupted by the body of a man
Maybe?
who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself.
Okay,
Then
this is still
collapsed
original.
dead on the
Damn it!
sidewalk. And although she
This-
was
the
soon
game was
turned
so
to
good.
for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments,
Because
she
I
considered
got
the
all
strange man.
endings. I got all
He was
endings in the
obviously
original.
Crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think
Also,
this,
what are you
and
saying?
in a certain
Look at that
way,
boy.
seeing
He
this
has
man
no
made her
ass.
feel
He
better.
could
But then she
easily
remembered the meeting
be a
she had
Tumblr
scheduled
boy.
for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Okay, I'll know when I see new content. Okay. Thank you, Gert, for following.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Gotta have that negative Hank Hill ass. The narrator stole his ass! That's different. Oh, hold on. That's just one of the changes. I remember that from the... is there something you get to do when you get the blue hallway change? Because I do remember this also from the original. Hold on a second. Why are those numbers shifted? Why are all the ones higher? Or the 1, 2, 3.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
What do I have to do?
Wow. Yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I remember this.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Oh, death ending.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
The narrator is his ass. Whenever it talks, it just kind of like it claps. Like it's kind of like a talking hamburger, except sideways. So you see a little bit of pucker every time it talks. Family Guy death pose.
Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Okay, so I'm guessing...
Stanley thought to himself, am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
Narrator, I'm trying to sneak around, but you're talking too loudly. The clap of the lip,
When Stanley
the ass
came to a
lips.
set of
Nope,
2
this
open
bit's dead.
doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I guess I'll try and just play the
So
story
he
it's
detoured through the
supposed to
maintenance
be.
section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Can I go back this way? Fine, I guess I'll follow the original story.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his... Oh, no.
That's
no,
right,
no,
that's
no,
how
no,
you
no,
do
no,
it.
Not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
I will. So how's everyone's night going? Mine's going pretty well. I'm playing Stanley Parable. Oh, the broom closet ending. I love the broom closet ending. How long do I have to wait in here? I heard a click. What was that? Oh, that's the
Coming
projector.
to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Executive bathroom. I've got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say that's a lovely purse. Extreme bathrooms! Yes, Matt, I am looking forward to working out in 13 hours. The beige pages. Is that a gun being held? Business strategy? Well, are you new? Don't remember in this. That's the same. Let me try going up. Actually, I'll go down again. Okay, I'll try going up. Well, I hope you're enjoying school. Is there any point to the elevator?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth
One,
that his
one,
boss had been keeping
one,
from him.
one.
And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course,
One,
Stanley
one,
couldn't
one,
possibly
one.
have known this.
2845.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Oh, there it is.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
No, wait, I think I remember this one. Yep. Oh.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is.
Is there
Perhaps
a way to
his
get out of
death
this?
was of no great loss.
Yeah, I'm
but
scared
the
too.
eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
I don't want to farewell Stanley, please. Can I jump? Can I... Oh.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
This is... No,
When
wait,
every
yep, I've done
path
this
you can
part.
walk has been created for you long in advance,
I remember this part.
death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
I think I did anyways. Yeah, button sounds. Was that the bite of 87? Boss's office. Is this... Am I going the right way? Yep, the freedom ending. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down with blah, blah, blah. We abandoned this. Oh. Huh. Game design mock-up. Oh, that's... yeah. Different versions of Stanley Office. I have 2 monitors now. I'm gonna have 3 soon.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another.
What?
How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it.
I'm gonna actually try doing that. I wonder if that changed anything.
This is the... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to...
Don't you homestuck at me at 1:07 in the morning Central Time. New content! Wow, you're right.
New content? What does that mean, new content?
Wow, yeah. They make it real obvious, don't they? Okay. Alright, I guess I just had to get a certain number of endings. Wow, yeah, it's straightforward. It just says new content. This looks...
Hello, and thank you for playing
better.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Okay.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here?
Yeah, what is going on?
Should we be moving somewhere or... oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Yeah!
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if oh, okay. Let's see the content.
Content?
Give me the content, Stanley.
Content? Oh, other way around. I was looking at my phone. Okay.
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Oh shit, you can jump! Wait a minute, you only get a certain number. That's upsetting. It's only gonna let me jump a certain number of times. I want him back. I miss jumping.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness.
Did I spend $14 on a jump button I could use 27 times?
I'm not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good.
I
Yes.
fin-dommed
I knew
myself.
there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thank you for enjoying the new...
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar.
Yeah!
It started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore."
Hold on, I need to see if that's real. I'm pulling up the achievements right now. Hold on, view my achievements. Yeah, test achievement, please ignore. Oh, no. So, the new achievements are beat the game, complete the Stanley Parable, welcome back, quit the game, and then start it again. Commitment, play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday. The 8 achievement, click on door 435 times. Speedrun, complete Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes, 22 seconds, not including load times. Settings World Champion, set all setting sliders in the menu to all available numbers, and then super go outside, don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years. Hold on. First, we are getting... So we'll bring that back to 72. Bring that back to 5. Bring that back to 5. Show content. Oh. Stanley Parable. Stanley Parable? Stanley Parable, what are you doing?
The stop.
Did that get me the achievement? Resolution. Reset key bindings. General. Did I get all of them?
What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
And this is definitely new. Yep, that's the original office. Okay.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent.
No, I want to
to
go this
show
way.
you something. Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well,
No.
fine. You're a dork anyway, so who
Oh, wait,
cares?
nope, never. Well, you know what? Let's just see what. Let's see what happens this way. Let's just see.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Never mind. Actually, I'd like to go back to. Okay, good.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Oh, hey, Nut. Yes, I'm venting.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Holy shit, you're not kidding! This is just Stanley X narrator fanfiction!
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all
hey,
meant
Cassidy.
something. Oh, the waste.
Thanks. What? Worded to... That's good. I wonder if there's going to be reference to the original mod. First dollar. I remember the demonstration. I remember that. All the awards. 50% off designer hat, but a small creature owns the other half. Can I sit and look at the... No? Okay.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created."
This is art.
Did you hear
This
that,
is
Stanley?
art is what this
Every
is.
game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was Origin. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Hold on, what is that? Hold on. Before you can possibly know where to begin your new street vending operation, you first have to get to know your city. I'll use Georgetown as an example in this book. No, not important. Like, out of all of the things that I expected that... Minecraft! Out of all of the references I was gonna get, not even Persona 5, Persona 3. The original remake. I know it does. I just wasn't expecting.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever
Preparing
been
snake
confronted
oil
with in a game.
salesman
9 out of
routine?
10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Can I get up to that button? Should I have saved a jump? I can't get over these. Did I break the game? Did I break the game? Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh, did I break the game?
These were simpler
Fuck.
times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again.
This. Oh yeah, the serious room. There's got to be something I can do. Snake oil salesman routine. Can I do something with you? No. Can I escape? Can I... Wait. Can I move through you? Nope. Not Super Mario 64. Oh, right! The door down there! The door! The door! The door! The door!
Hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
Fuck you, buddy!
What's this? What's down here?
My game now!
Oh, no.
Ooh.
Oh, God, no.
The Steam reviews!
Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't
Oh!
imagine what's been collecting down here.
Oh,
These reviews were
no.
glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh,
Honestly, I
no.
could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue
Oh
trying
my
to be
God.
more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny.
Ah.
I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Like, goddamn, yeah, they left in the username. Holy shit, that's... Woof. Oh, I wish I could read those. Not recommended.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers
Doxed!
games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest...
To
I
be
have
fair,
always
if
thought
one
of the
group
game's dialogue
deserves to
as
be
being
attacked,
like
it's
a
gamers.
test to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip
Narrator, no, I'm so...
Well, yes.
Wait, what?
Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record.
What?
Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customers.
What happened to
Yes,
the
a skip
subtitles there
button
for a second?
We shall have.
Can I get off of this? Nope, can't drown.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you with
Oh,
just
nothing
the
back
push
here.
of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here,
I don't
we'll
want
pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this.
Oh no.
The story and the choices, or what happened.
I'm clicking.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice. Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the part of the button.
Go ahead
The
and make
minute
me
I
shut
start to
up.
go
The
off on a
sexual
faultless
tension.
display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertip. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that
where's the door? 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 Where's the door?
Well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes. It's not unendurable by any means, but well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again.
Okay, I won't.
I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go?
Yeah,
Wasn't
where's
there
the
a
door?
that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window, or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button.
I would like
There was
that.
a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there
I'll
was.
just,
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
Oh, don't make me feel
You
bad,
have been
video
frozen.
game.
I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but
Don't
they're
make me
really,
feel
truly getting
bad.
longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is
Also,
gone.
hi, Jan.
It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley.
That light
There's
wasn't
no
out the last
door.
time.
There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. Oh, Stanley, look back.
Oh,
Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again.
I feel horrible.
I think it's been a week.
Oh my God.
2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with.
I don't want to hit it again.
Just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing.
Yeah, the plant is dead.
It's exactly the same as always. Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening.
Yeah.
I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground.
I
One
know that the
single
game
thing I
needs
need,
me to
and
do
God, I
this.
can see now that I need it more than anything.
But
is
I
to
don't
know
wanna.
that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole
Oh
time.
my
If
God.
I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments,
I don't wanna
the
hit
emptiness
it.
folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling
Like-
inward and decay.
Shit.
I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive.
Yeah, you know what? I take it back. You don't have to write the fan fiction for this. Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe is the fan fiction.
I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy
I need to push
space in
this,
world,
don't I?
And I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've
All
ever
right,
felt about
I'm gonna
anything at all.
click
I
the
feel
button.
renewed.
Oh, I'm not ready for what comes next.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year.
A year?
Sit down in one place and not move for one entire year. Let me describe it for you. To
Please
begin
don't.
with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley.
Oh my God.
Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing.
Did this skip to a breakup fan
Had
fiction?
begun to subside. What took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself.
Doki Doki Act 3, but Monica dumps you. Guys, is this a horror game? Woo! What the fuck was that? The fuck is that? Oh my God. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. I don't like
But
this.
they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human
Oh my
condition.
God.
Where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down.
I don't like this either. The button's having a harder time coming out.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
I don't like this. Oh my God, please don't Doki Doki me. 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 Oh, we're not gonna Doki Doki. Oh, are we gonna Portal 2? Are we gonna Portal 2? What the fuck? Yeah, Mom, come pick me up. I'm scared. Holy shit. What the fuck happened? There was plant there before. What the fuck was that? Ooh, I really don't like this. The room is tilted. Ow, my eye. Oh, shit. Can I go back to the button? Can I do the button again, please? What? What the fuck is going on? What the fuck? What the fuck? No, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. That's not okay. Also,
all of his co-workers were gone. What could it... Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't give these merits away
I'm skipping
for
away.
such little effort.
Skipping past
a
that.
measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
New content!
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
So was that an ending, or... So Jan, what you missed was I did a bunch of endings in a row. And then there was just a door that popped open that said new content, and I went into the new content door.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting
And it
on
was
the
just
Stanley
the devs
parable
being like,
and
look
about
at the
how
new
wildly
content, you can jump
disappointing
27
this
times in a circle.
ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable...
Yo! Let's fucking go!
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
They're back. 2 doors. New content is out. New
Calling it
content
the
part
Stanley
2
Parable
is
2
in.
is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely
2 ears,
organize
2
a handful
nostrils,
of interesting
2 arms, 2
concepts,
legs.
that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
It's a bus. Wait, go back to the PowerPoint? Okay. Going back to the PowerPoint. Where even was the PowerPoint? I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. I can't go back. I'm sorry. God, imagine if you could skip him again. Holy shit. This looks like Control, and that scares me. Oh?
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Merchandise. The button that says the name of the player that's playing the game? No.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry,
Nope.
I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name of Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind,
I don't
forget
want
whoever
this.
you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim.
Can I
seizing
leave?
all of the
Can I
world's
leave?
possibilities
Can I leave?
as Jim.
Can I
and as
leave?
Jim
I don't want to be
watching
Jim.
your
I don't want to be
dreams
Jim.
crumble
I don't want to be
into
Jim.
dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Okay, I guess I did leave him for years. Okay. I swear to God, if the narrator says that his name is Jim...
Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time.
Jim
If
X
this were the only
narrator.
new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Hold on, the names. Agatha, Bob, Jenny, Porter, Craig, Joe, She-Ra, Bert. Oh my God, there's a Bort joke. Bert, Bart, Bort. It's clever. It's clever.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
You heard Jim in the game. The exclusive, the button that said Jim. Okay, this is clearly where I'm supposed to go for epilogue. Okay, not yet. I want to see the rest. I want to... I was going to say, because I haven't really talked about it, I actually played the original Stanley Parable back when it was just a mod for Gary's mod. The baby is all grown up. Why is it making that noise? But yeah, this... The exit is clearly... Wow, this is exit jump circle. Wait, where's the jump circle? I want the jump circle. Oh, collectibles.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game.
What the
In the
fuck?
Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Oh god, my eyes. Taste the sequel.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Free and easy new achievement. Get it here. Free achievement. Pull the lever. It just works. Get yours right now.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever and... Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stan. But I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel. To
I
at last
love this.
satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
This is great.
What else? What other exhibits
Oh, the
haven't
jump
we seen
circle.
yet? You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
I knew I shouldn't have used up all my jumps. What are you?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one.
I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
All right, chat, what are we going with? Happy 12th birthday or Get Well Someday? Also, I actually don't want to know any spoilers. I want to go into this as blind as possible. Well, with that comment, we're definitely not doing anything involving Stepneys.
Sometimes when you solicit another
Nope.
person's opinion,
Nope,
it
you
makes
lost.
you realize
Wait.
that you knew
No,
which one
no,
you actually
no,
really
no,
wanted
no!
all
I don't want the
along.
Stepneys! No,
Happy
no!
12th birthday, Stepniece it is.
You don't get to have this joy!
Maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Fuck this. Guys are making your Stepneys fuck you guys. You guys are horrible. What? Oh, I've already been... Don't call me Step Veg. Settings World Champion? Oh, okay, so I have to go through all the settings, so... Go back to 80. English. Oh. Oh, there we go. I did it. But I got the... Oh, there we go. Now it opened.
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done.
Wait
You've
a
experienced every setting.
They
Traveled
will
to all
never set
corners
this
of the
list.
settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting. Something called bumpscosity.
What?
What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking...
Also, what setting did I just... Oh, translation. There we go. Also, yeah, where's bumpscosity? I need to find it. Bumpscosity. 1,000.
Forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
I haven't seen the hole yet, I guess. Distance, but... Oh.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of
Can I go
time,
down there,
if you like.
please?
A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
I do love hole. Well, I'm gonna get sick.
Isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
I won't. I'm just gonna keep going down.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer.
I'm gonna
but I
wait.
do recommend you use the teleport
Me
button
with
to
your
go back
mom.
to the top.
Shut the
Right on the
fuck
sooner
up.
rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole.
That's what I thought.
It's a very, very deep hole. To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it
Hole is
infinite?
warm. Hole is
Well,
safe.
that sort of depends on your
Hole will
definition
protect.
of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of
cigarettes?
the hole. You found me out, Stanley.
Every
I'm a liar
pause
and
button
cheat,
is...
and you're so clever. Look,
Oh.
I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe
New mug.
you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on.
Okay,
I'll just
now
walk
should I hit
there
it?
when you're ready.
Or should I just wait down here? Because I'm thinking about just waiting. This is my safety hole. The world can't hurt. Oh my god, this is broom closet 2. New broom closet. Okay.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
What happens if I go back down into the hole? Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
For heaven, you see, I was right.
Oh, the infinite hole ending. I love the
problem is
infinite
that
hole
you like
ending.
holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
It did.
I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole.
Yeah, hole!
It starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay.
That was a lot shorter that time.
I'm
Is it
starting to become
getting...
extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is.
Oh.
Shame of my lies. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Hello, you came into a great first stream.
Is
I don't like
teleport
that.
button not working? You sure? Well, I mean,
Kiddie
there's an
pool hole.
explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing.
I mean, honestly, like, this is...
I suppose there is one thing I can
This
do
would
to
be a
fix this.
great hot
I'm
tub.
out. Goodbye, Stanley.
What?
You couldn't bear to be away from the
What?
hole.
No!
And now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole. I get to do literally anything else.
It's DashCon
Stanley.
ball pit minus
Hope
the
you and
balls.
hole have a wonderful rest of eternity.
Oh. Okay, bye. Up. Don't like that. Can I leave now? Can I leave now? Can I please leave now? Yeah, I guess if you stay in the hole forever, it is an infinite hole. Also, I hate that. I am never going to be able to unsee the... Hole go back down. 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 Oh god, why didn't I save those jumps? Hole go back down. Hole go back up. 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 Oh my god. G to change your perception? What the fuck is happening? Also, thanks, Light Project! Thanks for the follow, Mir. I'm gonna fucking puke! Change your reality? Wait. Hold on, I want to go back to the cool...
Stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine.
What?
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine.
What?
My head's stronger. Now you're no.
I want to go back to the music that I liked. Okay, this one is pretty good. No, I'm not Jaying yet. No final J. Oh my god! What the fuck? Well, yeah, which one are we still? I like this one. I like this one the most. I like Armacrog. If I go through it enough times, will I eventually...
Stanley.
Oh, hey.
Stanley.
Oh!
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them.
Can I get out of the
Stay
hole?
alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Oh my god, is it gonna go back down? Is it gonna go back? I hope it goes back down. Oh, okay. Alright.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
I haven't gotten to the reassurance bucket yet. Yeah, I missed the hole.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket.
Oh,
You see, Stanley,
Oh.
anytime you're holding the bucket,
It's on the
a
bottom.
sense of calm
Oh,
and
nothing.
ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting
like to.
contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly
Can I
normal
bring
and
bucket to
perhaps
hole?
even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable.
Honestly, that is not a
Can you
very
imagine
sturdy
what a
looking
pain in the
bucket.
ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
I don't like
Can
the
you
bucket.
feel it?
No,
The
no,
glow
no,
of
I don't want them.
comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must
Remember
already
what I
be
said there would be a
sweeping through your
part-
body.
Remember when I said there would be a part where smut discussion would be apt and then I did a very funny Homestuck reference? Why? Why this? Why is time a circle?
And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they?
Can I bring the
All
bucket
this
to
and
the
more
hole?
await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, I do get to hold on to the bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Hold on. Bucket in hole. Bucket in hole. We're going back to the hole. We're going back to the hole. What? Oh, this game sucks. What have I not been to yet? Free achievement. Mostly infinite hole. Fine, it ended. Is there something... Oh, exit. Oh, exit. Wait, yeah, should I exit yet? I am holding on to this bucket until the day I die. Okay, so... Jump circle map, free achievement. The button is... did that. Oh, merch! I haven't been to merch yet. There is a QR code! Hold on. Give me a second. Let me scan this. If everyone would like to scan with me. It took me to StanleyParable2.com. A sequel, huh? Watch her. Hold on. We have a video we have to watch. Hold on. Let's see Paul Allen's bucket. All right, let's watch this. Let's watch this together. Never mind. It is a 9.5 minutes.
See there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why, it's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is just full to... And if you don't believe me, let's look at the burly hunk of a man.
Never mind. This is 9.5 minutes long. No. I'm going to watch this on my own time. It's worth it. Are you sure? Okay, I guess it's worth it. Also, yeah, for a second there, I think we found Germa.
Say there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why?
Oh.
It's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know
I'm
that
kinda
breakfast
hungry
is
now,
getting
actually.
a sequel? That's right. It's called Lunch. And critics are raving that Lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it. Say, you know what a sequel is, don't you, Timmy? Why, sequels are the world's way of clinging helplessly to the past. We all want more of the things we love, and we're all afraid of change, which is what makes sequels so popular. New ideas are dangerous, Timmy, and they can lead to early aging. This eager-minded
What
young
is
thinker
this?
is just 29 years old. That's why we have sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and the comfortable.
Wait,
Sequels are the bedrock of a...
hold on a second. I'll be back in just one moment. Hold on. I have a great streaming idea. Hi, Peaches. Okay, I'm back. Okay, everyone go get a snack. Get a snack if you can find one. This is officially a mukbang stream. I have... I found out where you can bulk buy small bags of Doritos like the ones that you would find at Subway. And so... Man, you know, it's been so long since I've popped a bag of chips open. Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can pop these open. I haven't done that since I was like... Okay, hold on, let me... Oh god, I'm afraid. I haven't done this in so long. Oh! I got chips everywhere! Shit! Oh. Okay, let's keep watching.
A healthy, functional society. And if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go. For instance, this man is developing a sequel to the automobile, which we'll call the vertical automobile. It's a useless,
learned
impractical
nothing.
invention. And in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity.
What?
Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death. Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy. Their names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be taking care of you once your original parents are sent back in time to fight a secret war for the government. Sequels can be very fashionable. This young woman is wearing 5 shirts at once, which is the sequel to wearing 4 shirts at once. Look at Becky over there, wearing only 2 shirts at once. Get with the times, Becky. In fact, there is only one single thing in the world that isn't a sequel.
Jessica.
It's this. We don't know what it is or why it exists, but it's the prequel from which all sequels are derived. And just like everything else, the Stanley Parable is getting a sequel too. We all know, of course, that it was your favorite game as a child. Don't you remember those long, lazy
do
afternoons
workouts
you
now.
spent playing the Stanley Parable?
I'm not
Watching
excited.
your precious youth fritter away hour after hour. We've all wasted our childhoods in one way or another, and you were fortunate enough to get to waste yours on the Stanley Parable. But the Stanley Parable came out years ago, and you're not a child anymore. You're a man, which is like the sequel to a child. And as a man, you want manly things like taxes and cheating at baseball. You need a man's video game, Timmy. And that's why the Stanley Parable 2 will be
Oh my
perfect
god,
for
that
you.
is Germa!
It's as manly as video games can get. And if you don't believe me, let's look at the burly hunk of a man who's responsible for the game. Huh, here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory 8-Pack, and he's the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity. Gregory is what we call the ideas guy, and he has the most important role on the team. The ideas guy tirelessly comes up with interesting concepts and then hands them off to the rest of the developers for the relatively simple job of turning those concepts into reality. For example, he's the one who picked up the phone and declared, "Someone ought to make a sequel to the
Please do not get horny for buff cartoon drama.
Stanley Parable." Good work, Gregory. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off. With the hard part out of the way, work on the game can now begin. The game's developers must answer a simple question. What makes a sequel in the first place? Well, it's simple. Sequels are an opportunity to correct the mistakes of their predecessors. We've all made mistakes, and we've all caused harm to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes. When developing this particular sequel, it's important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make? Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original game
What?
was stolen or pirated.
What?
And it's time we paid the licensing fees fair and square.
What?
Second, the Stanley Parable was catastrophic for this man named Leroy, whose personal information, including home address, social security number, and bank information, were all displayed prominently in multiple locations throughout the game.
Oh my god,
Although
actual
Leroy's
doxing.
money and identity were stolen, the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game and absolutely vital to a nuanced understanding of the story. As reparation for the harm we caused him, the sequel will contain a brief and insincere apology to Leroy, tucked deep within the game where it will be difficult to find. Finally, the Stanley Parable made the mistake of leaking too many government secrets about the nature of the Time Wars.
What?
Without these intricate
What?
details of specific military tactics, the story is likely to make very little sense. But we've
Oh my
decided to
God, it's
remove them from the sequel
barely
in
halfway
the
over.
interest of helping the state's efforts. We'll get to you yet, Time Dracula. Now then, it's time to set about constructing the Stanley Parable 2. Game development is a difficult and complex art, one which can only be fully understood by this race of hyper-intelligent child soldiers bred in laboratories. They begin by studying the original Stanley Parable. Here it is in its raw, untouched form, a specimen of technological perfection. Time to exploit it for profit. We begin by adding jokes. The Stanley Parable was most widely known for its stark lack of humor, bucking all conventional industry wisdom. It was a bold artist statement that its developers stood firmly behind.
We play the
But
same
in
game?
2022, it's impossible to reach even a single consumer of video games without jokes of some kind. So very well, jokes it'll be. During its development, over 500 kiloliters of comedy will be funneled directly into the core of the Stanley Parable 2, creating jobs for hundreds of machine operators and producing 30,000 tons of pollutant chemical byproduct, which will be pumped directly into local lakes, rivers, and beautiful
No,
nature
don't do
reserves
that!
like these all over the country.
No, don't do that!
Another common complaint of the Stanley Parable is that there wasn't enough gameplay. And so for the sequel, its developers have gone to great lengths to fix this problem. Here we can see gameplay being printed onto sheets. Every video game contains as many as 1,000 sheets of gameplay, and several of the largest games ever made contain close to 1,500. On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets have to be printed smaller. For the Stanley Parable 2, as many as 35 new gameplay sheets are being printed, each of which must be delicately massaged by the
I
hands
love
of a
this.
child before being added into the game. This man is stealing gameplay sheets from the factory, which he liked.
Is this a Hugbees video now? Is this just a How It's Made parody?
Intends to use for a personal project he's been developing in his spare time. A good public stoning will cure him of that inclination. Let's check on Gregory real quick. Ha! Still recovering from a hard day's work. Don't you move a muscle. Next up, it's time to blackmail the press. In a competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel. In fact, blackmail is the currency of social progress. From your neighborhood grocer to the teacher at your school to the man who helps you steal HBO, everyone responds to blackmail. And if
That's
you've
true.
never done it before, it's easy to practice at home on your friends and family. Simply follow the instructional pamphlet that your teacher hands out after the end of the film. And finally, there's one last tool at our disposal.
I
for
wanna
making
drive
the
one of those
sequel feel
cars.
fresh and exciting, and that's packaging the game with
I'd
collector's
probably
edition
die.
merchandise.
I'd probably
If you
die, but
order
it would
the
be
Stanley
fun.
Parable 2, you'll receive this cow's egg, A single egg will produce over 1,000 cows, which are, of course, the sequel to pigs. And there you have it. Everything there is to know about producing the Stanley Parable 2.
I'm pretty
of course,
sure
you may know that
pigs
there is
were...
also a game titled The Stanley Parable.
I get the joke, but I'm pretty sure that pigs were domesticated after cows. I'm pretty sure.
Parable Ultra Deluxe. So which game is the true sequel to the Stanley Parable? It's an
Oh no,
excellent
pigs were
question,
first,
Bill.
then cows?
One which the child soldiers have
Oh,
been working round the
never
clock
mind.
to come up with an answer to. And after many weeks of diligent research,
Oh, never
the
mind.
conclusion they've reached is...
Game no all.
Who gives a shit? All that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet. You don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy. You just want to eat bubble gum and cheated hopscotch. So get out there and consume. Do your civic duty and bully your parents into buying you every version of the Stanley Parable 2 on every platform.
Yep.
Tell your friends to bully their parents as well. It's through community efforts like these that the world comes together in harmony and connection. And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time Dracula once and for all.
Can someone check to see if this game is rated E for everyone? Or, like, at least T? Because it would be really funny to me if they figured out how to get around the ESRB by connecting a video to the game and putting the shit word in the video.
Don't let the time-traveling vampires win. Buy the Stanley Parable 2 and pledge to support all sequels for today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable beyond.
Oh my god. What, Billy? Oh. Well. Sorry, Billy. I forgot about the bucket.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Oh, okay. Well, it was reassuring me, and the best reassurance doesn't need to be in your face. I guess it's exit time?
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to?
Yep.
Ready to move on now?
Well, purse, okay. What is the bucket's name? Is the bucket Jim? Either we're Jim and the bucket is Stanley, or we're Stanley and the bucket is Jim. Bye, Kai. Love you. Bye. Bucky. There we go.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not
No,
exactly
Bucky.
clear yet how
Bucky.
exactly these
Absolutely
features will
Bucky.
come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful
That's just my little
gameplay
baby.
experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
All right. Well, oh, that's the...
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of...
Touch this
okay,
moment.
never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay,
Oh.
yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley?
This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I
But
do
we have
very
the
much
bucket.
enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
But then that's
With
just...
respect, with care for the vision and integrity of the original game.
But that...
Would it possibly work?
But that's just...
I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen.
Oh,
a title
my
screen that says
God.
with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh, what? Hold on. Was this all really just an introduction?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a
Oh,
big building
come
where he was
on.
Employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what Employee 427 did every day of every month.
It's
of
just
every
the
year.
same game, but they added
I'd have
balloons.
considered it soul-rending. Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call him, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I miss my bucket.
All of his
God
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'll do that achievement later. Oh, yep, there's the bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
B3.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Is the employee lounge gonna have
And
the hole?
here it was.
No.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked
where's the
straight ahead
button?
to the opposite door.
Can I go this way? No.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he
Yes!
would find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it?
Bucket
The broom closet.
in the
Wants
broom
bucket.
closet.
You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
Can I put the bucket here?
I can really feel it now.
Am I
It's
bringing
a
the bucket home?
It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now.
I love the broom closet ending.
This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined.
Broom closet ending
Now
too.
the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends, that your relationship is purely superficial and convenient, that your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner.
Is that... Oh, God. I don't like the settings menu change. Why is the bump viscosity only 0, 1, 12, 50? I'm bumping it down to 100. But yeah, is the bucket just supposed to be a parody of the companion cube from Portal?
Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
I love you, Bucket. And I also love you, Broom Closet.
Okay,
Polyamory.
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. Now it's settled. No more discussion. Take our with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets and the natural order of things.
Maybe it's just because I'm really fucking tired, but holy shit!
All right, I've got a second sticker back here.
Oh,
and
no.
I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also
Imagine
a
booty
bucket.
shirts with that on the
That way,
butt!
if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
I want to see if I can get a third sticker. Oh my god.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Okay, Tuft. Should I stay in the broom closet? Hold on. I mean, I gotta do the thing. And then go back into the broom closet. Nope, I guess that's it.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Hold on. Yes, can I do anything in the bathroom now? Oh!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward
there she
for
goes.
collecting all of these. Only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done.
Huh.
You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
This is Baby Yoda 2. Duchess is excited about the statue. Can I do anything with the... Wait. Why can't I go in there this time? Huh.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was
Hold on,
once
is
again
it
stunned to
2,
discover not
4,
an
8,
indication
5?
of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation,
4,
Stanley
2,
may have
8,
broken down
5?
into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence
5,
of the
8,
bucket.
2,
Even
4.
now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always.
2.
The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable.
4.
At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
2, 8, 4, 5. No! 2, 2, 8, 4, 5. There we go.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Where's the hole? I want to find the hole again. Oh!
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
I'm not shitting in the bucket. I have an update for you all. Her Royal Highness has laid down in a tiny bed. She has
The
scared
elevator
off
raced
whatever
downward,
was outside.
plummeting towards an unknown
She is a
fate.
good baby.
It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right.
Look, I'm
The
sorry.
bucket is here for you,
I
Stanley.
have about as much
Everything
poop in my
will be
body
fine.
as I do blood. So, like, it is the only thing from my body. I'm probably more
Stanley
shit
and
than
the
I am
bucket walked
skin.
straight ahead through the
I
large
could
hall
fill
of
this
red
bucket with shit.
Mind control facility.
Wait a minute. Do you think with the bucket... Could the bucket change this ending?
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Really concerned by the comment that you know that you cannot hold a grown human with a dollar store bucket. Yeah, I like this ending. The bucket will save me. As long as they remembered.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Okay, and then it stops. And then the girl voice.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket.
Yeah, they had her record the bucket stuff too!
In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are raging.
Oh
in
my
their own way,
god.
But this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
What? Where'd the bucket go? Where'd the bucket go? Where'd the bucket go? Where's my bucket? Where's the bucket? Where's the bucket? Give me back the bucket. Where's the bucket? Give me back the bucket. Give me back the fucking bucket. Give me back the bucket, you son of a bitch. The bucket, well, you are standing on the precipice of knowledge, must, like the bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within a cavernous world, but through use of the exhibit in front of you, your mind becomes full and enriched and sustained. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn with you out into the world? Will you accept an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourselves and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Inferno bucket? Oh my god, this section is massive!
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Hole! Oh my god, that's hole! Hold on, let me explore everything else first. Yes, Duchess, I know. The bucket is amazing. The stress bucket, an analogy of worry. Rest and relax. Oh my god. A bucket with 2 handles! This bucket is depicted as having 2 handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Yes, I can. Duchess? Oh. Where's the baby? Can you come here? You want a smoochie? Come here. Oh, don't be all tsundere with me. Come here. You want a smoochie? You want kisses? She's pretending she hates me because I'm not paying attention to her. Hole. What? I was hoping we would fall down the...
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine.
What?
Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision for...
Me too, Duchess. My little baby. What is so wrong? Oh, I'm back.
Who turned up the bumpscosity so high? I like bumpscosity as much as the next person.
Yes, I kept the stickers!
It's quite a lot, wouldn't it?
Stanley lifted the bucket
Also, bumpscosity is going up to 1,000.
into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, Never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Hold on, I need to
Stanley
go
took the
and
door
see
on
if I
his
can
left
go back
to
into
go
the
back, and so the two of them
the closet.
detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
There will be a reward for finding them all. Oh my god. Large room of boxes, stairs, somewhere red and blue. Oh shit.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
I should have taken a picture of it. It's okay, I'll come back to it at the next... red and blue. Which one was red
Coming
and
to a
blue?
staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, I can open it this time. Maybe there will be something when I'm using this. Yeah, this is just for the music, isn't it? It's
Stepping into his manager's
2485.
office, Stanley was
No.
once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
2854.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence.
2845.
Even now, in his darkest of hours, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay, so the buckets don't respawn. Okay, so it's somewhere with a lot of stairs. Somewhere red and blue.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Let me try getting through the normal, air quotes, normal ending.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and
Stairs,
the bucket both
big room
wondered to
boxes, red and blue.
themselves.
Okay. I know which one the big room of boxes is. I know which one that is. And I think red and blue... Yes,
Monitors
okay.
jumped to
I remember
life,
red and
and
blue
Stanley
you
nearly
get
dropped
if
the bucket
you,
in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
I think if you
The bucket had
follow...
never seen anything like
I think red and blue, because I know red and blue is the red and blue doors, and I think that happens if you follow the first door correctly and then the second incorrectly.
this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Oh, so what you
No!
missed
He
was,
screamed into the bucket.
turns
He
out
couldn't
that
accept
the
it.
achievements,
His own
or
life in someone
the collectibles
else's
are
control?
definitely for something.
Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
For
Wait, where's
he
the
and the
8
bucket
button?
would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Hole? No. I love this bucket too.
When at last they came to
There we go. I did it.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was
how
one
many
they
people do you
lived
think would
together,
recognize me
with
if
one
I
another to
did
lean
a
on, to
Stanley
trust,
and Bucket
to support.
cosplay?
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms, not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room, but at least he has the bucket.
I do have the
To be
bucket.
trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley
Yeah,
thought.
why didn't I throw the
Very
bucket
soon
out?
now, he was about to find out.
Okay, so
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
meeting today in the meeting room.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Okay, so if I remember correctly,
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door
so
on
I
his left.
take that door, and then I somehow mess up the next part. Is that it?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked
I'm not gonna fuck the
upstairs to
bucket.
the boss's office.
Oh! Oh!
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Red and blue, okay.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries?
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms.
I love you,
With
Bucket.
the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Stanley clutched the bucket
I'm
tightly
guessing
to his chest.
that-
This was not the correct way to the meeting room,
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And
Please
here
do
it
not
was.
make a
Had
fleshlight of the
turned
bucket.
out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I'm guessing this is the boxes.
said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Damn it, it was over
Stanley
there.
did not question why or how this bucket was speaking
Hold
to
on,
him.
I have to die.
It should have alarmed him.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one
Holy
another's
shit!
arms. How deeply touching.
Oh my god.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Please stop
Stanley
discussing
decided to go to
flesh
the meeting
buckets.
room. Perhaps Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Did
Stanley
they
took the door on
re-record?
his left to go back
Did
to
they
the meeting room.
re-record the entire game?
No, said the bucket. Don't
The
go
entire
to the
base
meeting
game, I
room.
guess, but
go
add
somewhere
buckets?
Else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
So glad to join us at 2 a.m. for... what do you mean?
You're getting close now, Stanley.
This is
You've
the
nearly
best thing you
gotten
could have woken
all
up at
the
2 a.m.
Figler
for.
and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Okay, so I know I can go back. I saw... there we go. Oh! Oh! Whoa! Oh, where am I? Where the fuck am I? Don't remember this part of the original narrator dialogue. Narrator
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I
I'm not gonna
see the
fuck the
world
bucket.
so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so...
Hold on. I've got it. If we are fucking the bucket, and earlier we were talking about fucking the narrator, cuck it.
What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
What?
co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office? The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
Okay, does...
Stanley clutched the bucket
Does
tightly
anyone
to
remember
his
how I
chest
get
and
the...
entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
So
And
I
here
think
it
it's just that I
was. Had the
disobey
bucket turned out to be
everything
correct?
that I
Well,
hear,
no,
and that's how I
never
get the
mind.
red
The
and
bucket
blue.
was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket.
Do not lie.
Don't
if
go to
you're
the
alive
meeting
right now.
room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
That's right. So I take this.
Good, said the bucket.
And then
Now
I
ride
jump
the
off
lift
onto
all
there.
the way to the
Yeah,
top.
that's what it
There's
is. That's
something
right.
up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have
Bucket is
alarmed
my
him,
friend.
of course, because buckets can't
I love
talk.
Bucket.
But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was
Wait for
firmly
it.
convinced that the bucket
for it.
had spoken to him.
Wait for
and
it.
He unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Danger. Danger everywhere.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point."
Bastard!
How could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding
Wait a minute.
could have dire consequences on the
Okay,
entire
bucket
rest of
memes
the
aside,
game
what
if not
happens if you
addressed
get to
quickly.
the,
So much of the impact
Thank you
of
for
the story
following.
is dependent
What
on
happens-
your understanding of what...
genuine question, what happens if you get to the tapes without the bucket?
what is
I am a little
and
afraid of what I
isn't
might
a
see.
bucket. Please, step in here for a moment. Now then,
Duh.
I'll run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not
This
the
is
thing
different.
I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is
You
or
become
is
the
not
bucket.
a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
Hold on, before I do this, Duchess is throwing a slight temper tantrum, and it's probably because she's hungry. So, fight amongst yourselves what the best material to make a bucket out of is. I gave you guys very explicit instructions. And you came back with flesh and stainless steel. Also, I did give her a kiss. Also, this game is a 10 out of 10.
Begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a
What?
hologram of a bucket, not an actual one.
No, I didn't want to be right. I was trying to be wrong for funnies.
Item 2.
Oh.
Is this a bucket?
Whoops.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
I know. I got rid of the veggie tail. I'm sorry.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
How much new content is there in this? Do not fuck the tractor.
Is this a bucket?
Cinnabone bucket.
Correct.
What?
This is a bucket.
What? 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 What?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
What?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
I miss jumping.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out.
Me too.
I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift.
Can I
Do
jump
any
yet,
of
please?
us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to erase all buckets
No.
from the game
No.
entirely.
No.
Okay, here we go.
No. 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 No.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some...
It's all right if you gotta go to
information,
sleep,
but it
Squishy.
doesn't change the fact
I'm probably
that we
gonna be
haven't
going
got
to
a
sleep
game.
soon here,
So, tell you
anyways, because
what,
it is.
I'll reset everything.
3
We'll
a.m..
put back all of the buckets, okay? And
But I
we'll
do wanna know
that
what
it's
happens when I
all
get the
a
last
bucket. But if you run into anyone else,
little
maybe
dude.
don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Oh. All right. Bucket is starting to
Already
sound
this
like
was
a
uncomfortable,
fake
and
word.
Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Oh, wait. First off, any computers on? Nope. Can't believe I'm not grabbing the bucket. Yeah, first off, I want to...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting
I
room,
want to find
and
out
Stanley knew
what
it perfectly
goes
well.
on
Perhaps he wanted
when
to
you
stop
get
by
to
the
the-
employee lounge first, just to admire it.
the tape recorder
It was
without a
okay.
bucket.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Everything is a bucket.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
And then we lost the bucket, but it's okay because we got the buckets back.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Oh, well, that's what happens if you don't have a bucket.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again.
I love you, Bucket. I'm going to come back for you after I get the last thing.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first.
Pretty sure the narrator already was depressed. There is an ending where he begs for death and then begs you not to let him die.
Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Can I go in here? No.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
Here we go. Here's red and blue.
Let me prove it. Let me prove that
there
I'm
it
on
is.
your side.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Okay, so now that I've got that...
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
The blue door.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better?
Bucket.
What did you want to see?
Bucket.
Vehicles? Skill trees?
Bucket.
Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Fuck, I should have taken the other door.
I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback
One.
here.
One.
Oh,
One.
one? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself
Let me out.
mechanically and artistically.
Ah!
But a what?
Freedom!
That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my
Come
place
on.
to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Worldwide leaderboard? Huh. What if I take this one?
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors?
I'll give it a
Again,
2.
Honest answers, please.
I'll give it a 2.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
Oh shit, is this the
Perfect. Let
baby?
me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right.
Stanley
and
for
if he
Smash.
reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
I mean, they did promise the baby was going to be grown up. So we're going to be here a little while. How's everyone doing? I'm just going to let the baby burn.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Dilferry didn't last too long.
Well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see.
Oh, right. And then it drops me into Minecraft. Oh, yeah.
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Whoa.
Ah, fascinating. What do you think this game
Oh,
is
shit.
about,
This is
Stanley?
Firewatch.
What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
I still need to play this game.
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Wait, what? New content! Holy shit! I did out of all of the things I expected. This change.
No, it can't be.
What? Yeah, that was a Minecraft door noise.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
No, no, please.
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a twist.
Ah.
You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no
Oh.
path to
Oh,
follow.
I see
You
a
could
gap.
just go in any. Oh, thank
See a
heavens
gap.
we avoided it.
I see a gap.
Out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here.
See a
Let's
gap.
find
Let me
another
through.
game.
Let me
Preferably
through.
Something with walls.
Come on.
Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Come on.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Oh boy, is it gonna be Breath of the Wild? Fucking Rocket League!
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Okay, where do I... I love this game.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun.
He doesn't
we shall
know
run
what
the
game
bases
we're
and do
in.
a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Oh my god! Oh shit, I'm going faster now.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
This is actually
it
very
better than
fun.
my miserable...
Oh shit!
What are you doing?
That was an accident. Oh.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Hello? Hello? This wasn't in the original. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. But then that's... I know this pathway. Then that leads you here. Oh. Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. Hold on. I know this. This is the mod. No, this is the... This is the original... Hold on. Let me check something. I need to check something. Hold on. Hold on. This is the mod. This is the mod. This is the original mod from 2011. What the fuck? Oh, I don't like this. Yeah, and these are the original source. Yeah. Oh my god. I didn't do that.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause. It's those figurines, those figlets. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one.
There's something
Wasn't
beyond
it
there.
just the
There's
most
something back there.
intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the
Isn't
brim
that the
with
memory
inner
hole back there?
richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
I remember when Stanley found the collectibles. Nope, can't do that. I love the little I love that it's Firefox. Like, that's such a special little touch. Does anyone still use Firefox? Oh, wow. Well, never mind then. That's egg on my face.
Here's where it all began.
I get it. All my viewers use Firefox.
No idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Can I grab it again? 7 out of 6. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And here was the second Stanley. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
Oh, shit. Boss's office.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
glad
that's
these
blocked off.
moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all,
I have
science
the
tells
bucket
us
back?
that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Can I please have the bucket?
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
No, we...
Well, I can't actually
No, we
say I
didn't.
remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
What happens if I skip it? No, I guess I gotta grab it. Oh my god, is the narrator losing his memories?
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
What? Oh my god! What? What? Oh my god! Holy shit! Oh my god, it's Windows Movie Maker!
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else. And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Oh, both doors go the same way. How many fucking routes did they make for this game?
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
What?
No,
What?
I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we
What?
can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
How many figurines
And
can I
here's
collect?
where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes.
God!
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
This is an amazing game.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
What if I don't follow correct instructions? Nope. Okay, and then we get the bathroom one. Thought I just heard a door open.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
That's not right. At least that's not in the right order. Oh, jump circle!
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Okay. Where are we going?
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Hold on. Is this officially becoming a thing about nostalgia bait?
And before everything else, there was your office.
I never
Is there
realized
anything
that
else?
Stanley
Was there
doesn't have any
something that came
windows.
before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely?
What?
Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with.
What?
You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single
Room
difference.
420.
Nor did it advance the story in any way.
Oh, I need to make sure that I don't miss any of the computer turning on
No
thingies.
matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled.
Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to
Which
his
one is the
chest
confusion
and
ending
entered
again?
the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting
I
room.
want to try this.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
We still haven't found the hole.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why on
Okay,
earth
yeah,
this bucket was speaking to him. It
That
should
was
have
the first
alarmed
one I
him,
got.
of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket
Oh
asked.
yeah, hole was in the museum.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
What?
This
Flashbang.
is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend.
I played the
And then,
demo.
very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
What happens if I don't go in that? Nope, nothing. Jazz music. What? Smear bucket. Press K to T.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object?
I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Thank you, Cuckett. You've made my life so much better.
Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press. Oh, dang it. I can't escape.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid
Ooh, I
hunk
have
of
paintings
metal.
of buckets. Where? Oh, there it is. Hello, bucket. Oh.
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore.
Oh.
From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God,
Oh.
what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket.
Oh.
No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I...
Narrator X
This would be
bucket?
less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome
Is
situation.
the Cuckett
Stanley,
cucking
give
us
me the
all?
bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Oh my God, is the bucket about to kill the narrator? Holy shit! Oh my God, the bucket killed the narrator!
All of his co-workers
Oh.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh yeah, out of bounds with the bucket, yeah.
My God, the bumpscosity in here is absolutely overwhelming. 1,000? You people have got to be nuts. How can you stand this much bumpscosity? The embrace of an old friend.
Oh, wait,
A
hold on, let me
weathered
see. Any
companionship
computers?
that stands the test of time.
Any of them lit up? No.
Yes,
Whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed,
Oh.
desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim.
I can't believe the bucket is the
Opportunities
key
do
to
so much
like
more.
all the new
There was
content.
so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was
What?
way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
What?
Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback.
We've
for
heard
the
that name
sacred
before.
amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of.
No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold
What?
power. Its fangs glistening like...
What? What? What?
My God.
Whoa!
You did it. You saved us from the bucket.
No!
Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true
What?
power. Otherwise, you would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I don't like that the computers were saying that.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
Hold on, are the computers turning on and off? Hold on, is that solitaire? That's fucking that's solitaire.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the direct way to the meeting room. Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
You have
telling
to
him that the
speed.
employee
You have
lounge
to.
was simply the
Oh
place
yeah.
to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was no. Never mind.
Okay, so begin the game again. Oh,
All of his co-workers
I
were
got the
gone.
papers.
What could it mean?
Variation.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What?
All of his co-workers were gone. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Can someone give me the code?
Still no one was here.
Hold the fuck on.
Stanley needed
What the
bucket's
fuck is
warmth and
this?
comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find out.
Reboot the game entirely. Okay. Card time is 3. Fuck, it's been a while, hasn't it? 3:44. Favorite time. Okay, thanks. Oh, that's right.
This is the story. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
Damn it.
And entered the door on his left. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace. Protective, yet delicate.
Surname,
Assertive,
accent?
yet
No.
compassionate.
I just have to be quick about it, right? Okay, door to the manager's
Stanley
office.
clutched the
Okay,
bucket
that's what I
tightly
thought.
to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Broom
We
closet.
must move on from this broom closet.
Oh,
simply
dang it,
because
that's
I
the
have
same
no
line as
remaining
before.
stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket
No, let
walked
me out.
upstairs to the boss's
Oh,
office.
damn it. Okay, not that one. That's right. So, go in here.
Stepping in,
There we go. That's what it was. Okay, now we get the rocket ending. With a bucket. Never mind. Broom closet. Did this used to be a different color? I hate those balloons so much. Time for rocket ending. Wait. Let me just see. Yeah. Nope. Yeah. Wish I had a flashlight. How many floors do I have to go up again? I didn't remember it taking... Oh, there it is. Time to escape with the bucket. Oh my god, are we putting the bucket in the escape pod but not ourselves? Goodbye, my love.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Oh,
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Did I permanently lose the bucket? Did I just permanently lose the bucket?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
Replacement bucket?
And try not to lose this one too, you dog.
Stanley clutched
Okay,
the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What endings have I not gotten yet?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Okay, so now I'm getting... I don't remember the name of this one, but this one. Yeah, confusion ending.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place
What?
eventually.
What?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it.
Fuck you. Bucket's
Don't
the
you want
best
another
part.
Story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
I did miss the silly music.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
I'm not giving up the bucket. I've already lost the bucket once. I'm not getting a double replacement bucket.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
You can't take it from me again.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality.
Stanley refuses to throw it in!
I hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
What the fuck?
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
This game is amazing. I love this game. Oh, I got blue again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh, keep closing and reopening the game? Okay. Developed by Crows. Yep. To the current time. It's 3. It is 3:57 a.m. It's good to collect data. Okay. Okay. By the way, can you guys... Okay, yeah, you guys can see it. Slider until the... I do like these sliders. Cat and dog are friends. Oh! I'm having a great time. This is gaming. Scrumtush is infinitely better than Onkyoboinkle. Correct time? What time? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, this is what time is it? Does anyone Gathering data, what? What? Epilogue? Okay. A third contender of love enters the ring. Oh. Oh, yeah, this. Forgot that this was definitely a thing that happened. Oh god, are all timelines canon? Are we just going to the great bucket in the sky? I hope there's Gerudo women in my area. Do I keep walking? Oh, okay. Oh! Bucket? Where's the bucket? I need the bucket. The bucket would be very comforting right now. Yeah, they really did not have to go this hard on the game, but this music is beautiful. This game has been awesome. Okay, I know it wants me to go to there, but... Hold on a second, is that the escape pod? Is that the escape pod? Is the bucket gonna be in there? Bucket, 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 bucket! Yeah! I'm at peace. Oh, there's a generator hooked up. Ooh. Hello? 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 Ooh, what's this? Cookie Nine's blog. Review this thing. I found the bucket to be quite comforting. Welcome, reprieve. Where the fuck did I came from? That way, right? Oh. Sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release.
Jim.
Swear to God, if one of these say Mark, I am going to actually shit my pants.
Jim. Stanley.
Ooh, didn't like that that was different. Also, what are you?
Stanley. Jim. Stanley.
Both would terrify me. Oh, there's Hole. Thank you for enjoying new content. Wait, I missed one? I messed up. I shouldn't have done that. Okay, we're going back to epilogue. We're redoing it until I get the right figurine. We're just walking. We're just walking. This is worth it. I don't care if I have to stay up longer. It's worth it. We gotta get them all. Tough, don't worry. Don't worry. It's okay. We got this. We got this. It's fine. It's fine. We got this. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not neurotic. I will never forget Bucket. I love Bucket. Oh, it's 4 a.m. for me. I thought, you know, I'd maybe play a few hours of this and then go to bed and then stream the rest on Friday night. No, we're doing as much as I can tonight. Well, thank you all for staying here with me at fuck o'clock in the morning for this beautiful, amazing work of art. It really doesn't help that actual, like, beautiful music is playing while I'm trying to be sarcastic about the effectiveness of this video game as a piece of art. This has really been great. I'm so tired. There we go. Thanks for helping me figure the things out, Tufts. I am so goddamn tired. Okay, and then get the bucket. Aw, thank you guys. Okay. I don't know. Look, just saying, if if Bob the Tomato or Larry the Cucumber became VTubers, I would be fucked. Okay. Oh, there it is. That's all of them, right? Yeah, that's all of them. Okay. Oh. Hello again. It's nice to see you. Preserve the... What nonsense. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley purple. And tries into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we are going to make Stanley Parable 3. All we have to do is change the number in the game's screen. I mean, we gotta. Who put spiders on my Stanley? Should I say don't do it? Aw. The achievement machine is fixed. There's only one last thing we need to do. For 14. Oh my god.
This is...
Okay, what
All of his
endings
co-workers were gone.
do
What
I have
did it
yet to
mean?
get with Bucket?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Is Stanley without the bucket really Stanley at all? No. No,
Wait,
surely
what?
not.
Oh, new content? What does that mean?
New content with Bucket? New content with Bucket.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh yeah, does this reset my jumps?
And home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable, Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Wait, Stanley, I've just now realized. That bucket you're holding, it's the bucket I've been working on for my sequel. How did you get your hands on it? Isn't this the preview to the sequel? How do you have the bucket already? This makes no sense at all. Hold on. Did I already show you my ideas for the sequel?
It has been a long time.
You're seeing things all out of order.
Damn it!
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
So it saves your jumps. That's upsetting.
The infinite hole, the giant door. Did you see them already? Stanley, none of them are ready yet. I'm still developing.
Wait a minute, does
They're not
this mean
even
I can have
close
2
to
buckets?
Finished. How did they look when you saw them? Were they captivating? Were they exciting?
Yes.
Did they fulfill on the promise of everything that a sequel to Stanley Parable could possibly be?
Yes.
Had I figured out how the hell to make a sequel to this game?
No.
Wait, if you're still carrying the bucket around with you, if the bucket is interesting to you, that means I must have made it correctly. Yes, you carrying the bucket with you everywhere is exactly what I set out to accomplish. The bucket is the exciting
That's a
and
good
captivating
point.
new content that I promised. I did it.
I can't
win.
believe this
I made a
bucket
sequel
managed to
the
captivate me
Stanley Parable.
more
Yes, the
than
sign is
most
correct. Thank
entire
you for enjoying
games.
the new content. Thank you for taking the bucket everywhere with you, clinging tightly to the bucket, never letting it go. It means I've won. It means I am victorious over the gamers. It is a sweet salve of victory on my soul. Thank you for enjoying the new content. The
Who
bucket
cares
is
about the time
Stanley
paradox?
Parable
We're
now.
safe.
They are one and
We have the
same.
bucket.
There is no Stanley Parable without the bucket. I win, 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 I win. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps as Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them.
Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly
What am
to
I
his chest
still
and entered the
missing?
door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's
Broom
office.
closet.
Stanley, we must move on from this
Damn
broom
it.
closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can get... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yeah, I haven't gotten
But
through
Stanley just couldn't do it.
this
He
yet
considered
with
the
bucket.
possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
But I have the
He
bucket.
looked down at the bucket
Okay.
in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good will come from this.
Oh,
Who
where did my
knows
bucket go?
what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
Where's my bucket?
And indeed,
Where's my bucket?
now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it.
My
Far
bucket.
off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me!
Bucket!
The bucket!
Whoa!
Could it truly be?
Oh.
He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend.
I can
It
tell
was
which
the only
one
way
is
to
mine
truly
'cause it has
restore
the
his sanity.
stickers.
And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful.
Oh.
Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She
The
rose,
bucket tops.
dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course,
No
she had no
buckets.
time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
I would buy a bucket plushie.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out.
Oh, dang it. Yeah, because it reset the button presses, didn't it?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here.
Alright, good night,
Stanley
Mir.
needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than
Okay,
ever.
nice.
Perhaps his boss's office.
I was gonna
where
say,
he'd
once we
find
finish
answers.
this one, I
Climbing
think
to a
that it's
staircase,
done.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Thank
Was
you,
the
Bucket.
guiding him?
I love you,
Yes,
Bucket.
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
If you just send it, if you just submit it via Tumblr Asks. Yeah, if you just have it in a
The elevator
submission,
raced downward,
then
plummeting
I
towards
have
an
a big
unknown
collection
thing.
that
It would be all
I've got like
Stanley could
5
do
or
to
6
get
of
himself
them
together,
that people
if
have
not for the
sent me
bucket.
specifically that I'm looking
Soothing
into. I've
him,
actually gotten
comforting him,
quite a few memes
reassuring that in
and
this
small
darkest
comics
moment of
that people have sent me
uncertainty,
that
he
I've
would feel right.
been wanting to
The
voice.
bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
I love you, Bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Oh, hey, Abstract. Yeah,
Lights
I
and an
remember
enormous
seeing
room
your name
packed with
multiple
television
times
screens.
throughout many years.
What horrible secret did this place hold?
Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Please let me through. I've seen this many times.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
Yeah, what do you do with the
I'd
elevator?
never seen anything
Oh,
like it,
shit!
And it very nearly burst into tears. But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really
Tuft,
wasn't
have you
so
seen this
bad
one?
down here. A bit cold, perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control
I love you
facility.
bucket ending.
He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning.
Okay.
It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible.
I'd like to
Yet
go back.
Stanley
Oh shit, if you look up, it's still there.
This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Okay, just keep going up and down the elevator.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Now this, Stanley thought to himself, this is a bucket. And indeed it was. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
It's just you and me, Bucket. We're gonna get all these endings.
Still no one was here.
We got
Stanley
this.
needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Thank you, Bucket. I love you.
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay, so is it this one? I just go down and then I go back up.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Okay.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button.
He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over.
No.
Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him?
No.
Once Stanley
make
had
the funny
had
joke.
enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Funny number.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Sorry I was really quiet there for a little bit. I had a real bad fart that was welling up, and I had to really focus on letting it out without shitting myself.
Said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing.
Thanks for supporting me, Tuft.
Absolutely nothing at all. Only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator. Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with his passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Good night. I was gonna say, after this one, I'm gonna do the hit the button and it's the bedtime.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
This is definitely new.
For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
Doing great. Conversation with Alexander the Great.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
What's in the box? And, the dude who came up with pizza. Oh.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously.
Oh my God.
There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends.
I don't like this anymore.
But Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Can I get some 3s in the chat? Okay.
All of his
One more.
co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Finally, yes, the bucket. Yes, yes, yes. I love that bucket.
Hold on. First, gotta make sure we... Okay, no. Because I know sometimes it can be on your screen. Next input. Right, next input is outside the boss's office, since we are still going.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was coming to a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yeah, it's this one.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I forget, how do you make it so that the, it's desk 343. I actually don't ever remember getting it. I don't ever remember getting that ending.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I mean, I probably did get it, but I just don't, you know, it's been a little bit.
Jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
It's 4:30 in the morning. This was a poor decision.
Like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
I can't believe I accidentally figured out one of the endings.
Influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Hey, it's not
No!
feeble.
He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't
Massive.
accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Birds.
Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
This is the best
flipped through
ending.
One video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket
I like
known
this
all
one.
along?
I like the duck.
Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible
Penguins.
paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Okay, where's the next one again?
One man,
Bucket.
one bucket, one chance to seize their destiny together.
Oh, I passed it? Oh, right. 434. 434. 4. What? What? 4. What? 434. Oh, there it is. And then, yeah, and then where's the final one? Oh, just restart? Oh, yeah, final one is... Oh, shit, I should have gotten the bucket. Fuck!
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it
Wait,
look
but
like?
you can't
It
get
was
the
a
bucket
computer,
then.
perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
You can't get bucket with
It's
that,
bucket
can you?
Time.
It's bucket time. Yeah, how do you get... Tuft, is it possible? That's dumb. Give me stupid. There's no other endings, right? Is that all the endings?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Still no one was here.
I do love
Stanley
Bucket.
needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd coming to a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation,
All right, this has been fantastic. I'm tired. And if I end it now, we'll have been streaming for 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Good night, everybody. Remember to sleep well and to love your buckets.